さあ、お久しぶりじゃないな。そうでもないね。昨日あれだね。スプラトゥーンやりましたからね。あれさ、ねフェスやりましたけど、びっくりしたよね。結果が力50何ポイントで、他知恵と勇気がどっちもゼロで、つまりまあ力100%パーフェクトゲームだったわけでしょ。そんなことある？ガノンだよ。ガノン陣営だよ。ねえ。最近はちょっともうわかんないですね。やっぱスマブラでガノンが、まあ、強キャラで人気あるから、そっち目線が多いんですかね。わかんないですけど。というわけで、まあ、スタンリー・パラベラルです。パラブルウルトラデラックス。日本語化されたんですよね。日本語字幕がついたので、これね、1年ぐらい前に、スチームで、まあ、これリマスターリメイク、2013年ぐらいに出た、もともとのスタンリー・パラブルの、リマスターというかデラックス版というかリメイクというかそういうやつなんですけど、追加エンディングとかもありますみたいな感じらしいんですけど、去年1年ぐらい前に出て日本語化も予定してるぞってアナウンスが出て、そっから1年経ったで1年経ったけど日本語化された。ご覧の通りちゃんとね公式で日本語化されました。なのでやっていきましょう。先月、4月の末ぐらいにこう日本語化されて、家庭用版も出るよっていう風に出てて、こう今でもスイッチ版とか PS4 版とかかな、スイッチ版とかまだ日本のストアにないんですけど、海外のストアにあるんですよ。アメリカとかね。で、うちの国のストアにはないんだけどっていうところも来月ぐらいには多分登場するよって公式が言ってたから、今月多分スイッチとかで普通に出ます。面白いゲームなんで、大変ユニークなゲームなんでね、やっていきましょう。で、面白そう、自分でもやりたいと思ったら自分でも買ってください。多分インディーゲーだしそんな高くない。というわけで、パソコンがギリギリ見えるくらいまでスライダーを調整してください。こんなもんです。この犬と猫が友達になるようにスライダーを調節してください。はい。友達。5が9になるまでスライダーを調節してください。9、9、9、9。9どこだ？これも9ですけどね。これ救急車ですよ。5。これにスマイル。ワード。OK。フラッグ。これ9ですね。まあこれでもいいんですけど、これローマ数字苦手な人、ローマ数字でいいんだっけ？このギリシャ数字か。ギリシャ数字は普通の数字か。ローマ数字か。が苦手な人は、10が X なわけですよ。で、X の1個前に、だから、1個前だから1個左前に1がついてるとマイナス1なんですよ。だから10引くマイナス1でこれ9なんですよ。で、右に i がつくと10にもう1個足してるから11になるんですよ。はい。123があって、4からは5の、左に、5は5ね。5の左に1があると4なんですよ。で、5の右に1があると6なんですよ。で、まあそういうめんどくさい数字ですね。だからこれ9なんですけど、9、9だ。はい、9。これまだゲーム本編じゃないんですよ。あなたがスライダーの調節を止めるまでスライダーを調節してください。お前が泣くまで殴るのをやめないみたいな、そんなことを言ってますけど。はい、満足しました。この2つの造語のどちらがあなたにとって魅力的ですか？オッキュポインタル。スクラムトゥッシュ。スクラムトゥッシュですね。これ完全にスクラムトゥッシュの圧勝です。わかった。わかるよ。もちろん。はい。 まあ、はい、ありますよ。それは無理です。あ、それは、はい、いいですよ。はい。まあ、始めましょうか。もうここまでで、このゲーム、何ですかってなるよね。そういうゲームですよ。で一応、一通りのセッティングとかはしてあるんですけど、まあ、まだ、ウルトラデラックスは、初プレイになります。僕も、いやー、元の無印版もやったんだけど、あんま覚えてない。一部だけ覚えてるけど。なので、まあ、ほぼ初見だと思ってください。やっていきましょう。Never the end is never.The end is never クリックする。スタンリーという名の男の物語。スタンリーは大きなビルの会社で従業員番号427として働いていました。至って単純。デスクに向かいキーボードのボタンを押すだけです。机のモニターを監視してきました。This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-lifting, この人がスタンリーなんですね。この仕事をするために生まれてきたかのように、スタンリーは楽しんでいました。スタンリーは幸せでした。And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.この音入るのかな？入んないか大丈夫か。1時間近くデスクに向かっているのに、モニターから指令が来ていないことに気がつきました。社内には誰もいません。休みじゃないですか？祝日だって気がつかなかったとかじゃないですか？Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits, 落ち着きを取り戻すと、デスクを離れ、彼の部屋を出て行きました。ちょっと待って。セッティング。字幕でかくね？違う、なんか、普通の字幕がちっちゃいんだけど、も、なんつうの？キャプションはでかくね？異様に。コントロール。進む、ジャンプ、スペース、インタラクト、しゃがむ、オートウォーク。はい。ここは出なきゃいけない。All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. 会議室に向かうことにしましたか。No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. PC ついてるよ、でも。あ、止めちゃった。会議室に向かうことにします？ジャンプできない。そして今ね、これ、配信画面に出ないんですけど、実績が解除されました。君はジャンプできないっていう実績が解除されました。ジャンプをね、連打してるからですね。お。物語は進展しませんでした。意地でも進展させてやる。おらおらおらおら。Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. 20回ドアをクリックしたとしよう。そういう努力が認められてもいいと言えるでしょうし。おらおらおらおら。あ、
say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50
50回クリックしたらどうでしょう。そうだ、きっと50クリックですよ。何か意味のあるものにしたいのです。私は何か全力が欲しいんだよ、スタンリー。
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
41そのドアどこだよ、だって。ちょっと待って。ちょっとすいませんね。お待たせしました。再開します。ちょっと連絡が来たついでにあと飲み物を取ってきました。やったね。417号室を 20回ノックしようよみたいな風にナレーションの人は言うてましたが、その部屋もっと向こうだな。さては。で、このゲーム、どういうゲームかって言いますと、アドベンチャーゲームで、こういう風に、このスタンリーとなって、いろんなところをうろうろするんですけど、ナレーションがずっとつくんですよね。とにかくナレーションがつくんですけど、ナレーションの通りに行ってもいいんだけど、ナレーションの通りに行かなくても、成立するって、そういうゲームなんですよね。成立するっていうか、その方が面白いというか、いろいろ起きるというか。で、今は会議室に行きましたって、ナレーションがね、先行してこっちの次の行動を言ってるんですけど、それに従わないとどうなるのっていう、そういうゲームなんですよ。417ってどこだ？ああ、これか。このドアを20回ノックしようよって、ナレーションさんは言うてますが、やった方がか。一応ね。437番を数回クリックしてください。絶対おちょくられる。絶対おちょくられるよ、もう。もう決まってるよ。あ、何かうまくいってる気がします。415を10回。415ってどこだろ
う Now back to door number 437.
437。437。437。
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine.
コピー機をクリックする。コピー機。はい。
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
417。
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419のデスクに登る。419。だってこれ、ジャンプを許可されてない気がするんだけど、
Yes!
おお、登った。
Great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416。お。416。416。あ、416。
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
テンション上がってきた。ナレーションの、ナレちゃんの。あ、なんか映ってる。怖っ。さっきまで映ってなかった気がするんだけど。あ、例のコピー機あっちだ。ナレちゃんのテンション上がってきましたね。
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back.
もう誰もあなたを引き止められません。とても誇りに思います。たった数分前であなたは一つの実績がドアを5クリックするだけだと考えていた。という実績をね、今解除しました。これね、配信画面映ってないからわかんないと思うんですけど、途中ね、いろいろ実績が解除されました、今。そうなんですよ。これね、見えてる本人はね、笑っちゃうんですけど、ね。これでも実績、スイッチ、でもスイッチに実績とかトロフィーとかって概念ないんじゃないけど、ゲーム内に普通につけとけばいいだけだから、できるか。このゲーム割とね、その実績ありきみたいな、今のまさにそうですけど、実績ありきゲーだったりするんで。でだ。ちゃんとね、電気がもったいないから。会議室に行けって言われてるけど、会議室どこかな。
When Stanley came to a set of
スタンリーの前に2つの開いたドアがあり、彼は左の方のドアに入りました。せっかくだから右を選ぶぜ。
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
スタンリーはそのことをよく知っていました。
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
彼はまず従業員ラウンジに立ち寄り、それを褒めたたえたかったのでしょう。従業員のラウンジ。じゃあ行かない。あ、閉められてる。ナレーションの野郎。普通にしやがったな。
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
最初の左側のドア。いや、やめとこう。
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look,
Oh.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
あなたが気にも込めてこなかった誰かがいるんです。お願いだから一人で全てを決めようとしないで。彼女のためなのです。
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
真っ暗。おー、びっくり。
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
電話に出てあげよう。
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
うわ、怖っ。
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley.
あえて主張しようと思うんですけど、スタンリー。あなたに見せたいものがあるんです
Let
よ。
me show you what's really going on here.
はい。怖いよ。
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
R を押してください。はい。
Look at him there, pushing buttons.
まさに言われた通りボタンを押している彼を見てください。
Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
こうやって頑張って暮らしてる人もいっぱいいるんですよ、世の中には。
In his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild
彼のデスクの後ろからスタンリーは未知の世界へ。早い。ハーティスティックディスバリー。
It was wonderful.
Wonderful.
Each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
テレビを見るために愛を押してください。
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
ある日の勤務中、彼はデスクから立ち上がり気がつきました。同僚たちや上司、ビルの中にいる全員が突然地球上から姿を消していたのです。そう思うと彼はひどく興奮しました。少年たちと過ごすために F を押してください。彼はさらに2つのドアが開いており、そのどちらを通ることもできると想像しました。ついに選択です。扉の向こうに何があるかさえほとんど気にならないほど、彼の決断が何かを意味すると考えるだけで目を見張るものがありました。夕食の準備をするために。あ、汚れた。
He began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
これ何時 ?11 時。子供たちにお話を読み聞かせるために J を押してください。はい。J。
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
いい。
But there is no
あ、
answer.
いなくなっちゃっ
How
た。
could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley.The next time the screen asks you to push a button,
次に画面があなたにボタンを押すように求めても押してはいけませんよ。と言われてもな、押すしか選択肢がないんだよな。
You see?
あ、
Can he just not hear me?
戻っちゃった。
How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
何も質問しないために U を押してください。U。
Suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I
ひど
tried
い。
again.
ひどいテロップ出てきちゃった。
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
あ、終わった。死んじゃった。リセットされましたね。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
会議室素直に行ってみる？
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
こっちのルートこの先に分岐あったっけ？
Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
早くして。なれちゃん早くして。右、左、下、左、右と進みました。オッケーオッケー。どっち？あ、そっち。でもついてるけど、エンジン。
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
ああ、戻されたよ。しょうがないな。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
これなんかあったよね。なんかこれだけ覚えてんだけどな。ジャンプできないんだよね。デラックスでなくなったのかなこれ。窓の外に行くがあるはずなんだけど、僕の記憶が確かだな。なんかジャンプはできないんだけど、何かしら方法があったような気がする。どうすんだっけ？頑張ってグリグリしてるとなんかスタックした風になって登れるとかそんなんじゃなかったっけ？432番の人、かわいそすぎるでしょ。鉛筆を削る仕事。この人は。ここにね、これ頼むわーつって来たやつは、はいよーつって、シュイーンってやって、できましたーつって。っていう仕事の人だね。かわいそう。窓際だもんね、完全に。今も日当たりめっちゃいいからね。寝ちゃうよね、こんな。しょうがね、進むか。
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
違う部屋になっちゃったね。
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
ストーリーを見つけようぜじゃないよ、お前。お前が書いたストーリーじゃないのか、なれちゃん。ちょっと、位置関係も完全におかしくなっちゃったしね。じゃあ、これにしよう。閉まらないんだ。一つ選んだら閉まっちゃうかなーって思ったけど。これあれの、あの道だね。あ、一番最悪な冒険です。
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
あ、もうさえちゃった。あ、入ればよかった。だったら。すぐ慣れちゃんはやり直すってさ、僕もまだ今のとこ進みたかったのに。慣れちゃんは本当にこらえ性がない。いいっすね。会議室行って伝言を見ると。このゲームね、もともとは2013年のゲームなんですけど、2013年でももう少しスマホとかあるし、ああ、ドアないじゃん、ほら。ああ、もうどこにも行けなくなっちゃったじゃん。戻ります？この部屋じゃなかったんだよね。416、417。こんな作りじゃなかったんですけどね。
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it
ストーリー来た来た。来た来た。
Never mind, not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
何にもあらへんよ。青い。ああ、ああ。
Now this, well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
バイオハザードみたいになっちゃいましたね。
I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
勝ったね。
I know you put in a lot of hard work.
勝った。
Paid off. So, good job.
なりちゃん戻して。もうそういうのいいから戻して。
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
この家あれだよね。バイオセブンの、ファミリーパンチの家に似てるよね。
All right, I've got a solution.
アドベンチャーラインが登場しました。
I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line.
ラインに沿っていくだけ。トレードマーク一応ついてますけどね。アドベンチャーライン。あ、こっち行かしてくれるんだ、アドベンチャーライン。行かない。
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
マジで？なれちゃんやる気なくなっちゃったじゃん。じゃあ、しょうがないな。ソリティア。しょうがないよね。待ち時間が長い仕事の時、ソリティアがマインスイーパー派に分かれるのはもう世の常だからさ、しょうがないよね。
It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence.
戻ってるやんけ。
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. the music. Go back and look at that fern.
シダ。いや、いいよ、シダは。
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
ああ、まただよ。またそこか。そこ行くと終わっちゃうしな。シダ見に行く？シダってどこにあるんだろう？シダ？これシダじゃないね。意外と近いな。ここのルートだとここの部屋がめっちゃ近いね。
Oh, no, 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 not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
そうだと思うんですよ、僕も。なれちゃんの言う通りだと僕も思うんです。ね。鉛筆削る人の机ね。432ね。あ！なれちゃん。
We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
どっか開いた。あ、こっちか。
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
あ、上通っちゃってんじゃん。ラインちゃん。ラインちゃん上通ってるよ。それ無理よ。
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
ああ、これか。これはなんか見た覚えあるね。記憶がある。混乱エンド。
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
ああ、死んじゃう。スタンリーが死ぬ。
It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I
こ
don't
こが
want
今
to
か。
forget what's
混乱エ
going
ンド
on.
スケジュールを見
I
つ
don't
け
want to
る。
be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't
ナレーター
do
が
it.
前のリスタートを恐れる。
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? so. Okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
ああ、リスタートされた。公式のでもこのローカライズ、もうちょい頑張ってほしかったね。ていうか中国漢字が使われてるから、多分、無理やり日本語がわかるぐらいのところ、無理やりやりましたみたいな感じなんだと思うけど、もうちょっとね、ナレちゃんのこの、キャプションをね、もうちょい滑らかにしてほしいね。ちょっと無駄が多すぎるよね。ちゃんとした日本語からするとね。直訳系というか、今時でももうちょいね、機械翻訳でももうちょいいけると思うんですけどね。ダメなのかな、やっぱ。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
しょうがないな。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape!
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
3どこだ ?3、3、3、3。3。4、4、4、4、4。4ないなぁ。あれか。閉まってる。閉まってるわ。じゃダメだ。
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
打った。素直。
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
ものすごい普通だった。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
これ
meeting
さ、
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
これ無
memo.
印だったか
No
な。
matter how hard Stanley looked, he
窓
couldn't
出れ
find
ない
the
んだけ
trace
ど、
of his co-workers.
覚えてないな、やり方を。まあいいや。もっと後だっけ、ジャンプできるようになるのは。ああいうね、こう、地上に出たりとかっていうのが、まあね、ポータル2かな ?1 かな ?2 か。だからね、ラスト思い出す感じがあっていいよね。昔の PC ゲーって、昔っていうほど昔じゃないけど、10年ぐらい前ぐらいまではこういうゲーム多かったよね。異名ゲーというか、奇ゲーというか、ちょっとサイエンティックホラーみたいな気持ち悪さがあるというか、そういう PC ゲームが多かったなと思うんだけど、最近のね、PC ゲームは可愛いもんね。大体ね。よくできてて可愛いっていう。そういうのばっかりだからさ。昔のね、まあ、これ自体も2013年が元だから、だいぶ昔のゲームなんですけど。
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
なんかないのかな。このね、いかにも武器になりそうな。
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
立っているだけってこともないんだけどな。カチカチしてるんですけどね。
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Confused? なんかないかなと思って。
You do realize there's no choice or anything.
何もないって分かってますよね。
If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
でも開いたからさ、物置。
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you
物
get
置
the
エンド見れ
broom
たの？
closet ending? The broom
物置
closet
温度一番好きだったわ。
ending was my favorite."
タイピングミスがすごいなこい
Your
つ。
friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
悪口を言われだした。
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the key.
キーボードの上に崩れ落ちたのです。
The responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer.
このパソコンのとこにいる人死んでますよ。まあ僕ヘッドホンなんでね、言うても。まあでも配信してるから、本当に死んでた場合ね、そういう事件になるわけですけど。
And instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
それこそなんか10年前、もっと前かな、15年ぐらい前とかさ、FPS ずーっと何十時間 3日間ぐらい徹夜でやり続けて、いきなり死んじゃった人とか、ね、そういうニュースになったりしましたけどね。最近そういうの聞かなくなったよね。なんか、まともになったのかなそういう意味じゃ多少。パソコンの前でこうやってゲームをしてて突然心不全とかで亡くなった人とかもまあいるでしょうね、でもね。いるんだろうな。広角機動隊の、最初に笑い男の、偽装をしていた悪い一味の人が撃たれて死んでるのもね、ノートパソコンの前とかだったと思うんで、ああいう絵が浮かびますけど。あ、もう物置いいのかな。終わっちゃった物置。しょうがねえな。
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who... You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
物置にいますわ。しょうがないな。帰ってみようかな。物置先ないのかな。なんかまだね、リスタートまでいけそうな気がするんだけど。ないっぽいな。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. 'Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Marietta.
マリエラ。マリエラという名の女性の物語。
She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
まあ、わからなくはない。たまにさ、こう、なんだろうな、歩道とかでも酔いつぶれて座り込んでる人とかを見るとさ、いろいろ思うよね。でもまあ、そういうこともあるなと思って、歩いて去っていくっていう感じもあるけど、こういうゲームをさ、たまにやるとさ、レーティングってなんだろうなみたいなことを僕今考えてたんですよね。たまにそういうことを思っちゃうんですけど、例えばこのゲームってレーティングいくつにすべきなんだろうねとか思うんですよ。もう海外版はね、スイッチでも出てるから、これいくつにしてんだろうね。日本語版が多分今月スイッチとかにも出るはずなんですけど、別に暴力描写とか、まあちょっと死体がとか死んだみたいな表現はあるから多少はあるけど、いわゆるセロレーティングの描写的にはそんなにないんですよね。ただ、じゃあこのゲームを小学生とかにはやっていいかって言われると、ちょっとね、その子の人生に対してわずかな影響を与えるんじゃないかなって気がしなくもないじゃん。まっとうな普通なゲーム、普通な物語とさ、そうじゃないのがあってさ、こういうさ。で、特にね、まあもうね、おじさんとかになったらこういうのもさ、ははって笑って面白って言って終わるんだけどさ、小学生高学年とか中1中2ぐらいだとさ、 いろいろさ、なんつうの、そのチューニング狂いそうじゃん。こういうゲームいっぱい与えると。その時にさ、レーティングってなんだ、どうすべきなんだろうな、みたいなことを僕は思うんですけど、まあまあまあ、セロレーティングでそういうもんじゃないんでっていう。決められたね、残酷描写とか、表現とかが、のルールがあるんで、そういうなんていうか本質情報みたいな話をされても困るんですよみたいなのがね、セロレーティング側の理屈なのは分かってるんでいいんですけど、いいけど悩むよね。 B ぐらいになるのかな。 C はいかない気もするんだけど、15歳未満はあんまやんない方がいいよぐらいになるのかな。ライフイズストレンジとかさ、あの辺もさ、結構その、なんちゅうの、多感な時期に遊ばせるとちょっと影響が出てしまうんじゃないかみたいなことってあるじゃん。あると思うんだけどね、僕もっとね。どうしようかな。上司の部屋行くか。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
ゆっくりどうぞって言われるとさ、すぐ出たくなんだよな。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp。そうか。お金なんだな。とにかくな。とにかくお金だっつことだな。朝から晩まで。意味よく、マネーを集めるぜみたいな、そういう表を。パンダ。パンダ？パンダ。銃を突きつけられているパンダ。ビジネスストラテジー。戦略。下から来たしな。上行きゃよかったな。まあいいや。じゃあ上で。なんかこのただのアセットを置いてるだけみたいな紙を光ってるけど大丈夫？ブルームが溢れ出てますけど。そういうなんかレーティング的には全然問題ないんだけど、精神作用が良くなさそうだなっていうゲームってたまに合うよね。まあスタンリーはね、割とでもどうだろう、ちっちゃい子とかだと小学校3年4年ぐらいだとさっきのループエンドの途中とかで気持ち悪いって言ってやめちゃうんじゃないかな。多分小学校3年生とか4年生ぐらいでそういうもんだよね。あれはああいうのであんまり面白いって言わないと思うんだよね。 高校生ぐらいからかね、面白いっていうようになるのは。そういうものに対してなんか夜の気持ち悪さみたいなのを出されると、ちっちゃい子ってほら嫌だってなるじゃないですか。スタンリーは割とね、そういう夜の気持ち悪さ全開だと思うんで。どこにも行ってないやんけ。じゃあ下。どこにも行ってないやんけ。結構長い時間楽しんだな。10年前は2013年の時点でも割とさ、もうこんなオフィスないよね。こんなパソコンもないよ。CRT モニターが普通だった時代って、2002年か3年ぐらいまでじゃないかな。僕が多分その頃に液晶モニター買い替えたなーって記憶がある。2004年とかぐらいじゃないかな。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845。ここってなんかないのかな。なさそう。
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
うん。そうだな。ナレちゃんの言ってることは聞こえてはいるよ。緊急自動制御。ああ、なんだよ。えらいこっちゃ。中国漢字混じりなのになんか変にこなれた日本語字幕なのは何だろうね。これ多分 AI かなんかもう使ってんのかな。まあ使うよね。チャット GPT で何なり、ああいう生成系 AI でさ、何やるかっつったらこういうトランスレーション、いわゆる翻訳変換作業をね、オートでやるっていうのがもう絶対あるもんね。エスケープしようぜ。
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
マジで？死んじゃうの？
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
マジで？
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
ほら、落ちたね。随分落下したね。
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
誰だ？ナレちゃんじゃなくてナレさんが出てきたけど。そしてナレさんの言った通りにはならなかったですけど。サンリー・パラブル。
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
飛ぶ棚。飛ぶ棚？あ、コンソール開発書いたんじゃん。家庭用。まあでも海外でも売ってんだもんね。そうなんだよね。日本語版がやっと今月出るらしいっていうだけだって、海外ではもうスイッチ版とか売ってんですよ。上司のオフィス。地下。初期バージョンの地下の一部。
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? This elevator for sure would get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be. When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward.
長いことエスケープメニューからプレイヤーがリスタートした時、エンデッドだけのエンディングを採用していました。翻訳がね、あっちゃこっちゃですね。長いこと、長いこと仕掛けがあったんだけども、誰も気づいてくれなかったってことですね。あ、これはさっきのあれですね。ゼンディング。ゼンディングレバー。どれもゲームの、コンセプトというかマインドですね。2012年5月に公開されました。 壊れた部屋が並び、スタンリーパラウェル新バージョンが修理中であることを慣れた声で伝えています。こういうなんかさ、開発室的なものを入れる文化もなんか最近のゲームはやんないよね。インディーゲーだと割とあるっちゃあるか。左から右に2011年、12年、13年。2011年、12年、13年。こういう角にこういう置き方するの嫌いだわ。使えないじゃんね。絶対開けらんないじゃん。この2012年のこのなんか2台置きだとなんかスタンリーが立派なすごい仕事をしてる人っぽい見えるもんね。シンプルななんか感触をやってる人に見えないから。だからまあ1台になりましたみたいなことなんだね。鉛筆削りじゃん。鉛筆削り、マイスターの鉛筆削り。あれか、電話に出ないか。廊下から最初の2つのドアのところまでの流れ。はいはいはい。ナレーターのメール。2回目の予告の後、ナレーターへの質問メールを募集しました。宣伝材料にしようとしたので、完璧な使い道を見つけられませんでした。そんなもんまで載せなくても。私たちはスタンリーがエイリアンと戦場で戦うエンディングをデザインしました。このアクションゲームは知覚を持ち始め、ナレーターと戦うことになるのです。冗談が過ぎるということに気づきました。面白そうだけどね。ウルトラデラックス。2018年12月、ウルトラデラックスバージョンをゲームアワードに発表しました。なるほど。それからやっとだよね。やっと日本語版が実装されたのが今月っていうか先月末だから、すげえかかったよね。まあ、いろいろありましたからね。しょうがないんですけど。もう見たかな一通り。
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
ああ。戻った。なれちゃん、いる？
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
なれちゃんももう壊れてきちゃったじゃん。
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
なれちゃんもおかしくなって、あ、ニューコンテントだ。じゃあニューコンテント行こう。はい。
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home
公
computer.
開が始まった。
After receiving critical and commercial success,
成功を収めた後、ウルトラデラックスとして拡張され、
Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game
家庭用とゲーム機向けに再構築されました。おめでと
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the
う。
Stanley
モ
Parable,
ア、
delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what
遊園地みたいだな。
in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new
めちゃんこ。
Ultra Deluxe content.
ちゃんこワクワクしちゃう。ちょっと古いんでな。
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh,
あ、動いた動いた動いた。
all right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it. やろうぜ。
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
.ほら、僕らってさ、こう素直だから。こういう風に書いてあったらちゃんとやる人だから。真面目だからさ、その辺。終わったよ。あ。使い切った。使い切ったかもしれん。
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than
安っ
to
ぽ
make
い
an
拡張版を無意味に作り売り出した結果がこれだよ。
level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department
ど
signed
この
off on
品質
this?
保証部門
I'm
がこれにサインしたの
infuriated
でし
and
ょ
I'm
う。
offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter.
こういう人たちはツイッターで見かけ次第個人的に責任を負わせるつもりです。
My fault, Stanley.
そうだ
I
な。
built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about? No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
そうだな。もうなれちゃんと一緒に暮らすか。あ、全然違うとこ行っちゃったじゃん。もう、なれちゃんちょっと。ああ、新コンテンツで新コンテンツ。どこここ。なれちゃん
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
わかった。
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
やべえ。やばいじゃん。なれちゃん。
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where
Memory
I'm
Zone.
exploring all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
テレビゲームで品位がありました。
Oh, the waste.
まだ10年前ですよ。言うても。品位ね。品位あったかな。あ、元のスチームの画面だ。ゲームイノベーション。ブリティッシュアカデミー・オブ・フィルム&テレビジョン・アーツ。ブリティッシュアカデミー・ゲーム・アワード。ブリティッシュアカデミー・ゲーム・アワード。New video game releasing today. ニューヨークタイムズ。サンゼルスタイムズ。 いいとこだな。いいとこだな。
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game
マジ
ever
で
created. It was
スカイリムもペルソナ3も全て超えたの？
And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
こんなにさ、レビューいじるゲーム初めて見たわ。本当のレビューだろうね、多分ね。2013年のね、元の。すげえな、デラックス。すげえじゃん、デラックス。ちょっと面白いじゃん、ここまで来ると。へえ。下もなんかあるけど。ファイヤー。燃やそう。もうこういうなんか邪悪な試みは燃やそう。なんか違うやつじゃね？
Here's another moving passage.
GameSpot.com マジか。
Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you
10
get
中
it,
9
Stanley?
点。
The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone.
そっとしておくだけでよかった。まあな。まあ、そういうゲームもちょいちょいあるよ。あるある。レビュアーの人もね、嬉しいだろうな。こんな風に自分のレビューのゲーム内に載せられたのは初めてだろうなっていう。いいな。それはちょっと嬉しいよね。パーペットテクスチャーズ。これ使ったんすか？これですよって感じ？たまにね、あるじゃんね。公式サイトとかのさ、やつでさ、そういう、なんつうの？どこどこのメディアの一文はこう書いてあるみたいなのがさ、出てくるやつ。僕も何回かさ、使っていただいたことはありますけど。嬉しいよね、割とね。ただ、結構黒歴史にもなるから、下手すると。危ないよね。いけへんやんけ。どこにも。千葉開いた。シリアスルーム。シリアスルームいけないじゃん。
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
お、
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from
オンライン
Steam.
ゲーム配信、Steam の販売レビュー集。いいよ。
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Steam レビュー。お。ああ、やばいやつだ。うわ、やばいやつだ。ああ。最後までプレイする気になれなかった。ナレーターが不快で面白くない。彼のユーモアとセリフは面白いというよりが苛立たしかった。アンファニー。ああ。来た来た来た来た。
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
怒るなよ、なれちゃん。ね、低評価レビューつけられたぐらいで怒るなよ。売れたら絶対そういうのも湧くんだよ。そういうレビューもいっぱいつくんだよ。売れた証拠だから。あちゃー。あ、でもいいよ。グッドレビューもあるんじゃん。だから、やばいのあるよ。おすすめしません。アイデア良かったが、説教臭さがひっきりなしにうざい。
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
あ、やべえところになんかやばいよね、あんじゃん。何かしようとすることを中断しなくてはならない。くどい説明のために。スキップボタンが欲しい。
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
マジで？スキップボタン導入すんの？あ。
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say,
the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 200.
あ、これループしてるな。
The logic of elimination working backwards.
いや、でもそうでもないか。途中使ってるだけか。
It went on for nearly 10.
いや、ループしてるな、やっぱり。
Until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be.
押すまでループすんのか。
How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah.
しょうがないな。
Too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one
あ、
was,
そういうこと
I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable.
今
by any
2時
means.
17分ぐらい。
There's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking. Stanley, please.
ああ、
don't
30
push
分ぐらい
the
経ったね。
button again. It's been 12 hours.
え、12時間経ったの？
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every
あ、ドアなくなった、本当だ。
every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. Oh, Stanley,
あ
back.
あ、ああ、ああ、
Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again.
もう、木も枯れちゃった。
I think it's been a week,
1週間経った。
2 weeks.
え、マジで
I've been sitting
2週間
all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you
1年
ever
後。
sat down in one place and not move for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously.
あ、ナレいなくなった。ついに。あいついなくなったぞ。どこ行った？なんか鳴ってる。ああ、もう時計も落ちちゃったよ。時計もう動いてないじゃん。なんか鳴ってるけどさ、これさ、この脚立使えないのかな？ なんかね、火事センサーみたいなやつが天井にあるけど、ピーピー言ってますけど。スキップしちゃおう。
But they didn't understand the
Hey.
game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain.
うるさいなれちゃん。水の、水の音する。ピチョンつってる。雨漏りするようになりました、この建物、ついに。マジかよ。
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
なれちゃんが壊れちゃった。なんか水の音が。垂れてる。これやべえな。でもスキップしちゃおう。うるさいから。水どうなった？大丈夫かこれ。ほら。もう、だいぶほら。すごいよ。ちょっと雨漏りが。やばいよ、これ。ほら。そっからだよ。そっから崩れちゃったよ。崩れちゃった。雨風が。ついに、空が。でも出れないかな。頑張れば出れそうだけどね。緑だ。スタンリーパラブルウルトラデラックス面白いね。面白いな。新コンテンツ部分すごい面白いな。いいじゃん。素晴らしいじゃん。これね、昔やったよって人もやったわよ。日本語版ね、やっと実装されたんだから。めちゃくちゃ面白いな。もう一回押してみますか。そうだよね。いずれは崩壊しますから、逆に。土になっちゃったね。砂とか土になっちゃったね。このスキップスイッチ通電してんだ。世界の終わりみたいな音がしている。異変が。スイッチ。もう、こっちの壁開いてんじゃん。斜めってんだ、もう、建物自体が。何もなくなってしまった。メモリーゾーンとか言ってた2013年の思い出も低評価レビューも何もかも全てもう失われた。数億年の時が流れ、全てはもうなくなってしまいましたか。また帰ってきたの？
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
なれちゃん、
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
なれちゃん何事もなかったかのように。すげえ、何事もなかったな。 何もなかった、いいねみたいな感じで。もうなんか火の鳥のね、なんだろう、創造主編だっけ、未来編だっけ、一周二周、すっげえ光ってる、また。すっげえ光ってんじゃん。あったあった。乗ればいいんでしょ。しょうがないな。これでもさっき見たじゃんね。ジャンプできるだけでしょ。
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned
今
out
のとこ
to
僕の
be.
評価はすごい高いですけどね。
Was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
2できちゃったよ。ああ。わあ、2できちゃって、2。いいけどさ。
See, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
確かにね。確かにそうだ。拡張版なんていう、Testing to printers at the same time. まあね。
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
長期型フランチャイズのポテンシャル。ロゴアイデアズ。なるほどね。
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
新機能2に実装する予定の新機能みたいなことか。
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
名前を呼ぶ。名前を入力した覚えがないが。The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. 遊んでいるプレイヤーの名前を言います。え？
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name.
ジムという名前しか言いません。
In the final game, this button will say
あなたの名前を言います。
Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full
なるほどね。こっちがね、こっちがジムになればね。ジムしか言わないけど。ただただジムという名前の人物になるのです。ジムとして生き、ジムとして眠り、歩く。 ジムとして恋に落ち傷つき、ジムとして世界の可能性をつかみ取る。ジムとして夢が塵の中に崩れていく様を目の当たりにするのです。あなたは今本当に真のジムですか？ガンダムみたいになってくるけど、なんだ。はい。ボタンがあなたのことを言っている。
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
それどうかな。
I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
ジムっていうだけのスイッチはちょっとな。
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
おい、地面に吸い込まれてたぞ。ちょっと雑いな。ね、なんか今、もうちょっと床にさ、なんかスイート穴開けるとかさ、やるのかと思ったら、普通に貫通してったからちょっとびっくりした今。
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
これも出口の方かな。あ、そんな感じすんな。めんどくさいな、なんかここ。何？フリーアチーブメント。実績をいっぱいね。入れとけば。
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully...
追われてるやんけ。
Wizard Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
追われてるやんけ。実績くれよ、実績。ダメだな。全然できてねえな、2。んだよ。全然だよ、2。
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
宇宙。コレクターズアイテム。ミニチュアスタンリーフィギュアを集め、全部集めたところで報酬がないということです。まあ、あるけどさ、そういうの。あ、怖っ。ピップボーイみたいな感じで。6分の1。なんか安い音すんな。コレクト全部オール。
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
今、ここで、AQ が今のコレクターでしょ？ EXIT。右上。もう見た方がいいのかな？正直あんまり今んとこ面白くないんですけど、ここの、スタンリーパラブル2ルーム。今んところ、もうスクリーンショット。撮影禁止。
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration. like balloons. But I'm undecided on get well someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with?
つか元気になるよか。12歳おめでとう。じゃあ12歳おめでとう。
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
もうこっち選んだ方と逆やんけ。どっちでもいいんですけど。あ、ちゃんと写真も。
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
映ってる。東京ゲームショウの入り口みたい。東京ゲームショウ T シャツ売ってるからね。いつも毎年さ、20年以上か、もうなんだかんだで。毎年さ、たまには1枚ぐらい買おうかなって言って1回も買ったことがない。東京ゲームショウ T シャツ。結局買わずに人生は終えることになるのかもしれない。買う人いんのかな逆に。毎回買ってますみたいな人もやっぱいるんだろうね。いるのかなあれ、何枚ぐらい売れんだろう毎年。バケツ。わかりにくい、矛盾しているというものでした。
That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
バケツを抱いているときは落ち着く。あ、しかもこのタイプの。
The many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even
この
comforting.
鉄のよくあ
You
る
may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
あ、開いた。じゃあ、はい。
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable too.
バケツいらないんだけど。ああ、開いてる。バケツ持ったままか。こっから。めんどくさい。まあいいけど。
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
バケツがあると、なんかできるかな。これは壊れてるもんね。こっちはバケツがあればなんかできそうだぞ。インフィニティ。
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite.
永遠に落ち続ける穴は結構いろんなゲームにあるよ。ポリゴンの隙間から落下するゲームはいっぱいあるよ。この世には。むしろ。あんま珍しくないよ。むしろ。ねえ、インフィニティホールは割とポピュラーですけど、ゲームにおいては。スタックとインフィニティホールはね、 うがないな。じゃあ、はい。ああ、落ちてんな。ああ。
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
どこまで落ちれんだろうな。
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
でも無限なんでしょ？無限だから別にね、いつでも。
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated.
若干誇張した可能性がある。マジか。無限じゃない。
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated.
ミーティング2時からって書いてあるよ。
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
めっちゃタバコ吸ってんじゃん。
to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
このゴミをさ、このバケツに入れてさ、帰ろうよ。きれいにしようよ。きれいに。なんかある。エブリポーズボタン。ロマンニューメラル2。しょうがないな。
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
インフィニティホールはね、やだよね。たまにね、インフィニティホールを発見してしまって、それをね、こう、いろんなところで報告すると、パッチが当たって治ったりしたとき、ちょっと嬉しいよね。あ、落ちれなくなってるつって。再現性100の落下箇所とか見つけるとちょっと嬉しいよね。ここでこの操作して、このモーションやると絶対落下するって。あ、ジャンプサークルじゃん。でもゼロじゃん。
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
使い切った。
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
復活させてくんないのか。もういいか。大した要素もないし。出口まだ開いてないやん。あ、出口そっち。バケツもらってくわ。しょうがないから。
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
見た。うわ、なんかでかいな。スタンリーなのかな。
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you
The Stanley Parable 2.
うん。
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement.
そうだな。
Yes, yes, this is much better. I feel good.
さっきのはね、ちょっとね、全部集まってただけだったから。
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
マジで始まった。うわ、なんかかっこいいじゃん、しかも。アホだな、このゲーム。じゃあ、ちょっと待ってね。ちょっとトイレに。うん、なんというか、想像してたよりも面白い。最近さ、ほんとなんか、当たり外れがひどいんだよな。今日っていうか、まあ、スタンリーパラブルは面白いだろうなと思ってたんですけど、面白いな、やっぱり。じゃあ始めます。ね。あ、スキップ機能ついたんだ。
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 4.
あ、風船ある。風船あった今。びっくりした。
Desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long.
あ、ちょっと見せ方変わってんな。
This is what employee 427 did.
何ヶ月も何年も。
Every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
風船いっぱいある。
or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
あれってことはインフィニティホールがある。レバーを引くと実績が解除されるなんかマシンがある。バケツがある。あと人形が6体ある。かな？あとなんかあったっけ？
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
風船割とね、なんか、あ、鉛筆削りの人の席にもちゃんと風船が。このスタンドライトさ、この鉛筆削りをドンピシャで真っ暗な中でもこの鉛筆削りの穴の位置だけは見えますみたいな角度で置いてあるよね。なんかね、完成披露パーティーみたいなのがあった翌日なのかなみたいな感じの風船の感じで、そんなにおかしくない今のところ。意外と大丈夫。意外と大丈夫だけど、このゲームにはまず落とし穴がある。え？バケツ？何バケツ？どこよ？ああ、こいつか。バケツいたわ。どうしようかな。じゃあしょうがねえな。バケツでどうするかだよね、問題は。いいよ。じゃあ左で。
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you?
物置がバケツを求めている？
This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
確かに。
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is.
確かにこのバケツはね、物置にあるのが自然である。
Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom
この辺に置いたらいいんじゃないの？
right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong.
音かに。
You can't hand it over.
あ、置いたらいいんじゃないの？バケツ。
We're getting into name calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it.
何をだよ。
Tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand
物置の品位を落とすあり雑言ってどんなんだ？
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
まあいいか。
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
何？え？
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet. with all your meandering philosophical diatribes
バケツに
about the nature
名
of
前が
broom supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
プロパティオンスタンリ
All right,
Stanley,
I've
not
got a
the-
second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
ー。ああ、
See?
2枚のバケツ
I。feel that it
バケツ
works
ステッカーが。
because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
バケツにバケツのステッカー貼るやつもなかなかいねえけどな。バケツにステッカー貼るやつがそもそもいないのか。
Take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
なれちゃん出てっちゃったな、今。遠ざかってったな、声が。大丈夫か、あいつ。帰ってこないのか。正直そんなに別に物置にこだわってるわけじゃないんで。
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
あ、あった。あったよ。スタンリー人形あったよ。
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines.
2個目。
No reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
スタンリーフィギュアちょっと欲しくなってくるな。まあ、あと4個もあんのか。絶対もっと寄り道しないとダメじゃんね。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
フィギュアどこだ、フィギュア。
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual
何番だっけ、
connection
これ。
he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
2か。
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
あった。
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
うん。手に入れたわ。
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
ああ、どうしようかな。どっち行こうかな。どうしよう。 まずこっち行ってみようか。バケツと一緒だからな。何にしろ。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that
どんどんバケツの話になっていく。234がああやってなんか汚れてんだよね。スタンリーは317じゃないんだっけ？ 327 だっけ？どっちだっけ？
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
サッカーボールが友達のやつもいるからね。日本にはね。結構昔からね。
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
言うね、バケツ。システム
When
を
at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
でもさっきはオフったからオンにしてみようか。オン。
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
別
To
が
take
裏
over
切っ
the
た。
machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
バード。ミンゴ。フラのミンゴですね。
Through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
ペンギン。
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
悪くないね。 猫とか犬のね、動画も入れてほしいですけど。やべえな。ミーティングトゥデイって書いてあるじゃん。
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
風船持ってきたいな。ミーティングトゥデイ。イグリーンファインダーズコミッティ。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
エスケープの方行くか。なんか書いてある。あ、様子が違う。あ、書いてあるな。階段を下る。ラージルーム、ロストオブボックス。広い部屋の、たくさんの箱の中。階段。ボーフレット&ブルー。ボーフレット&ブルー。あ、物置そんな嫌いなのか、なれちゃん。いいけど。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
あ、
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
あと広い部屋の箱と、赤を青。今の駐車場行くとな、あれ、ループエンド、めんどくさいんだよね、割とね。と言っても、赤を青。あ、開いた。さっき開かなかったけどな。なれちゃん、ちょっとうっすら歌ってんね。ここじゃないのかな。じゃないっぽいな。赤は青。広い部屋の箱。広い部屋でいっぱい箱があるところ。
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
なんだニューエイジミュージックがかかっちゃったよ。急いだら逆に。
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Stanley パラブル今いくらなんだろうな。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
僕ウルトラデラックス1年ぐらい前に、だからウルトラデラックス出てすぐ買ったから、そっから1年ぐらい日本語ローカライズを待って今プレイしてるっていう状態だから、もういくらだったか忘れちゃったんだよね。でも安いと思うんだよね。そして随分と気合が入っててとてもいいよ、やっぱり。
The passageway had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
まだ無限インフィニティホールとかがないけど。
Stanley had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
ナレさんは誰なんだろう。箱、たくさんの箱。
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
.赤と青でたくさんの箱。ここはなんかあんま変わってないね。あんまっていうか何も変わってない感じがする。
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it.
This is the story. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
エスケープルートはあんまり変わってないね。あっちじゃないんだろうな。てか、フィギュア、この続編は一時停止中です。フィギュアどこだろう。
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
バケツ取っちゃうと全部の話バケツになるな。
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
たくさんの箱。
Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
バケツが意志を持つルートに入ったな。
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
暗い部屋。何これでいいのか。広くて箱がたくさんある部屋。ぽいけどな。
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
電話に出ない。
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic
マジで
timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling
自
your
分の
name.
名前を述べ書くことから始め
Provide
ま
a brief
す。
synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh.
まずは服を脱ぎます。
Spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than
早口で
13 and a
話し
half,
ます。
pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
面白ロバ野郎。
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey
若手のね、
should be no less than
劇
10 pages
場ライブ
long
とかの
and
後、
should include the
アン
same
ケート
question
とか
repeated several times, just to
あるからね、
ensure the
若手
survey
芸
taker
人
is
のね。
actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them.
めっちゃ死んでるやんけ。
Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
ね、あ、普通に戻んの？リスタートじゃないのか。
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you're
そうかな。
Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now? Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
こんなに面白いかな、そのバケツが喋るくだり。そうでもないと思うんだけどな。
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
真っ暗、真っ暗。ああ、びっくり。
We're back at the phone already? Oh No, no, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms
本
leading
当
up
だ
to
よ。
this.
びっくりした
There
今
was。supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit, which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think...
あのビデオもう一回見んの？それはやめよう。それは勘弁して。
Yes, surely that will help me improve.
それはやめよう。来た。
Here we go.
オッケーオッケーオッケー。見たんだな。
Stanley and
よし
the
よ
bucket
し。
came to a set of two open doors. They entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, no, no.
あ、
Here we go.
Eh?
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
ダメなのかな？こっち行ったら。そっち行っちゃダメってことかな。まあまあ、人形がないし、いいんだけどね。
What? We're back at the phone already? No, no, no.
ダメだ。
Here we go.
もう強制だ。
When Stanley and the bucket came
あ、
to
もう
a
上
set
がり
of
まし
two
た。
open doors, they entered the door on the left. No, 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 no. You were supposed to go through the
Eh?
door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be
怒るね
ridiculed in
よ
the。community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
どこここ？
You love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with
ハバさん。
shame.
日本語翻訳。
Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
全然終わったの今。そしてまたなんか全然違うルート入れられた。なんだよ。またバケツあんじゃん、しかも。しょうがないな。もう直だ。今のは一つのエンドだったってことでいいのか。あと2つ。でかい部屋で、箱がいっぱい。あと、赤と青。でかい部屋で箱がいっぱい。まだ怒り出すんだろ物置行くと。じゃあ下しかないか駐車場行くとな、めんどくさいんだよな。
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a
日常使いの普通のバケツだ。
someone else's bucket.
私のバケツじゃない。
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
バケツクレイジー。あ、バケツ。
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his
バケツなくなっちゃったよ。
Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be?
うまくなったな、バケツの声。ああ、バケツいっぱいあるよ。
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, it froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
バケツエンドだ。
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
ああ、マリエラがバケ
But
ツ
on
持
this
ってる。
particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel.
家に置いてきたのか、バケツ。
And she hugged her own
世界ってなんて無慈悲なんだろう。
But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life.
マジで思いました。私の人生やべえわ。バク転で仕事場へと。もうむちゃくちゃだよ。ああ、帰ってきたね。電話鳴ってんじゃん。もうなんだよ、電話鳴ってるよ。誰の電話？どこだ？これか？
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
ん ?300?
Understood.
Eh?
Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
エミリーさん？バケツはもういいかな。347みたいなこと言われた気がするんだけど、3？ 3は、3の部屋ってどこだ？
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
てか、フィギュアがまだないんだよな。なんかヒントないの？もう少し。あー、これ写真だな。トイレだな。あ、トイレ見つけたな。社長室のトイレだよね。こっちは？あ、こっちもトイレだ。 カーゴルーム。さっきの貨物室かな。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
この先ないんだよな、でもな。ないのは分かってるけど。やっぱどこにも行かないか。どっか行けるようになってるかなって思ったけど。
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad.
ああ、早い。
Pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
早い早い。
Surprise.
それはいいことだ。
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
どうしよっかな。エスケープが行ってもしょうがないか。潰されてみるか、また。
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
あ、でも何にも言わない。
The door behind him was not
あ、
shut.
言った。
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
あ、従業員番号か。あ、でもそうか、席の番号と一緒だもんな。
Individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
234。234とは言ってなかったな。300って言ってたもんね。
It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
もうなれちゃんの声全然聞いてないわ。単純にフィギュアを探している。多分フィギュアを全部見つけないと、新しい展開来ないような気がするんだよね。 ないな、でも。ここはないか。あと行ってない部屋どこだ？
And when at last he blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
普通に駐車場あるしね。電線が引かれてるし。
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Mm. バケツあんな。バケツどうしようかな。今日持ってっか。
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket, Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
ないね。
Truly, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
こっち行くか。
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this.
おー、どういうこと？
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
アドベンチャーラインか、こっから物置。おんないのか。箱がいっぱいある部屋ってここじゃないのか。そうでもない。そうでもないっぽいな。
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
あ、セットローアセット。マップ用のアセットとかコンテナに詰め込まれてるけど大丈夫か。
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
バケツデストロイヤー。
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along.
まさか
Agree?
バケツを
Can you guess
この
what
バケツ
the
を
Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
わあ
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
はい
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
うわあ壊れた。ヘイローみたいになってるけど。
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
ゆっくりフェードアウト。ああ、戻っちゃったよ。息はどこだ？
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. nor did it advance the story in any way. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
じゃあ置いてこうよね。ここが一番くつろげるってんだったら。
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
なんもないのかな。
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
電話出るか。
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
カーゴルームにあるっぽいんだよな。あるあるあるあるじゃん。どうやって行くのあれ。これ行くんだあれ。いけた。あったあった。あったぞ。
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you're...
これは広い部屋で箱が1個でしょ。箱がたくさんだから、あと青と赤だ。
Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
赤と青。カセットテープがいっぱい。何気に初めて来たんじゃない？
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less
またバケツだよ。
anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
ガンボラータ。戻っちゃったよ。なんでガンボラータって。あと一つ。青と赤。青と赤。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office.
青と赤。
The bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
青と赤。電話出るか。とりあえず。
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
青い照明の部屋と赤い照明の部屋はまあ、なんかどっかにあった気がするけど、どうだったかね。うん。
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
これ行ってみる
Stanley
か。
chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past the...
マジで
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what
バケツ置いてけいいじゃんね。
That would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
そんなことないよ。
Step in here for a moment.
あ、開いた。そっち行けってことなのか。バケツ禁止なの マジかよ。シアター
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
何そのセキュリティテストみたいなやつ。
About what is or is not a bucket.
バツを全部クリックしてくださいみたいなやつ。バケツですよ。
Is this a bucket?
はい、バケツですよ。
Incorrect.
嘘。
It is a hologram of a bucket.
それは難しくね。
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
バケツですよ。
Incorrect. It is a
3D プリントにより再構築されたバケツ。それバケツでいいんじゃないの？もう。バケツとはなんだ？これあれだな、さては。
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
バケツだよ。合ってる、合ってる。
Is a bucket.
バツバツ丸。バツバツ丸。
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct.
バツバツ丸丸。トラクターですね。はい、トラクターですよ。
I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
バツバツ丸丸。
Is this a bucket? Incorrect.
いやいや、バツバツ丸バツ。丸なの？今の。なんでもいいんだけど。バツバツ丸バツ丸。
Is this a bucket?
バケツですよ。
Trick question.
引っ掛け問題両方。これを正解覚えてもあんま意味ねえな、さては。
Item. Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a
いや、あなたの心の中にいつでもバケツがあるからみたいなことを言うんだろうなと思って僕は今入って言ったんです。
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
あなたはバケツですよ。
Losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
あ、
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
そうだろ？
Every single thing in the game was a
そうだよ、
bucket.
バケツなんで全ては。
God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
いや、君もバケツだ。
You're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news.
ああ、そういうことか。
Buckets.
僕と君だけはバケツじゃない。
I feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful.
でも、他の全てがバケツだ。
But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
青い。青いぞ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
まだバケツあんじゃん。あれ？
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the
どうしようかな。電話出るか。
Rise the lift all the way to the top.
それともまたもう一回こっち行ってみようか
There's
な。
something up there I need you to do.
いや、同じことをされ
How this
るか。
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
さっき青い部屋には来たから。
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again.
なんかやるとまた赤い部屋が出てきて、最終的にフィギュアが取れるみたいなことなんじゃないのかな。
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story.
ああ、
of
バケツの悲しい物語。
Stanley's bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
バケツいいんじゃん。はい。
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket.
まあ、開いてる。
No, 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 no.
What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say.
Oh.
Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
バケツ触んねえ方がいいんじゃねえよ。
Soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
あ、バケツあんじゃんでも。
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
あと一つのフィギュアはどこなんだべ。Somewhere both red and blue。赤と青の中。この丸がついてない写真がそうか？トイレ。写真暗くてなぁ。エンプレイヤー421。421号室にあるってこと？421号室。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking
バケツがあったら潰されないんじゃないか？
death for each of them.
あ、さっきね、バケツ禁止の部屋あったんだよな。そうだ、あそこも行かなきゃ。そうだわ。バケツを持たずにあの部屋行って見ないとね。これバケツが引っかかってプレスされないみたいなことになるんじゃない？
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned
バケツあるな。
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the
なんとバケツ入りのナレーション撮ってあるのね。え、バケツもダメなの？バケツがあったら大丈夫じゃないの？
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a
どここれ？
glorious
あ、バケツだ。
bucket to behold.
バケツだ。バケツルームになっている。ああ、バケツだ。
Can you
わあ。
see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
億バケツ。10億人もが命を落としたにもかかわらず、誰もバケツを支配できないという事実だけが残されています。マジかよ。ああ。うがちゃか、うがちゃか。洞穴の絵。バケツが人類誕生より前にすでに実在していたことは知られているものの、いつ頃から存在していたのかは知られていません。そうだったのか。
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
ぶら下げられたバケツ。人間とバケツとの必要な関係性を象徴しています。あ、これインフィニティホールじゃねえの？あ。え？
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
あ。ナレちゃんだけでなく、ナレさんまでバケツでおかしくなっちゃうのか。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
あ、
Stanley decided
部屋
to
が
go
違
to
う。
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
違わない。あれ？構造が違うけど。バケツを取らずに、バケツ禁止の部屋行こう。
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
421の部屋っていうのを見てたな。そういえば忘れてた。ああ、もう無理か。もう無理だ。421だったね、確かね。
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
ああ、片青だ。
let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
やったー。で、なんだっけ？赤い部屋入れて。じゃあ赤い部屋入ろう。
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Judah.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
フィギュアでも集まったな。なんか起きるかな。 さっきのでもバケツルートのエスケープの方行った時のインフィニティホールがあったんだよね。あれ行きたいな。あ、あ、
Stanley, I'm sorry,
Ah.
but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
確かに達成感はあったね。
We're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip?
また
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
またここですか？いいですけど、ここさっき数万年の時が流れて風化してましたけど。
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
あ、7個目手に入れちゃったじゃん。マジでまだあるっていうことは。
And here was a second.
はいはいはい。あ、8個目。
You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
3つ目こっちじゃないの？階段の下でしょ。
No, 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 no. Under the stairs was the fourth.
Oh, no, no.
Found a Stanley, not the third. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh, yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
知らないけど、この部屋。初めて来ましたけど。8メロディーズの偽物みたいな曲が流れてますけど。あ、はいはいはい。
Mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly.
これは覚えてるよ。
Because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
動画？動画だ。
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
あ、ここね。はいはい。
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue.
2倍になっちゃったよね。
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
さっきだからね。
You can truly say how the mind works. All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
どっちも一緒だ。なんだこれ。テレビだ。You are in the present.
And
Oh.
then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment.
Past.
Nothing left to do but
現在。
move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
ああ。Goodbye memory zone. Eh?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't
Ah,
there some way we
hi.
can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
過去に戻ってくの？
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
やべえ、
Let's keep
フィギュア
going
が
once more.
フィギュアが無限に取れてしまうぞ。現在と過去を行ったり来たりすることで。
And here's where I made that
違法なんじゃないのか？
Remember the video we watched?
ああ、はいはいはいはい。早送りでよかった。再生速度4倍って感じ。
Video.
いいのか、こんな。無限に。
Remember the pink rooms?
そう、これ何なんよ。
Good room though, a solid room.
この部屋何よ。僕も知らないんだけど、この部屋のこと。なんでなん？
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
こっち行ったら取れんの？じゃあ。あ、いけないわ。あのピンクの巨大なアップルマークが浮かんでる部屋何あれ？あんな部屋ないよ。あれ誰の記憶だよ。
Our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
なんかいる？あ、でかい。はいはいはいはいはいはい。そうね。ここね。
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter
そうだね。確かに。
I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
最初来た時はどうでもいいなと思ったんだけど、
I want more memories.
こんだけいろいろやられた後もう一回見ると、ああ、ここねってなるね。ああ、部屋だ。
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
行ってみましょうか。ああ。
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
あ、
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
ああ、また戻されてる。でも、2は2だよ。風船あるし。
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
オーダーが来なくなったのか？
They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
窓エンドなかったっけ？ノーマル版にしかないのかな？デラックスでなくなってる？やっぱないのかな？ああ、どうしよう。バケツどうしようか。
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
エスケープの方行きたいな。あ、でも、会議室どうなってんだろう。そもそも。フィギュアもう18個ぐらいありますけど。
Still no one was here.
ああ。
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
戻ってるわ。
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
そっか。もうバケツに貼るステッカーねえのか。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
フィギュアないのか。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
あのピンクの部屋どこだ？まだ謎が残ってんだよな。困ったなこのゲーム。デラックスだな。デラックスだぞ。
Mind control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent
レバーを レバーを動かすと実績が取れる装置とインフィニティホールがまだ出てきてない。インフィニティホールは多分今から行くとこにある気がするんだけど。
Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
スタンリーパラブルやっぱ面白いわ。デラックス超面白いな。やばいわこのゲーム。
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
「毎年それを試みただけで十数人が処刑されています。二つの取っ手付けにするだけで」この位置じゃないけどあるよね。二つこう取っ手がついてて両手で持ち上げるの安いですよみたいなバケツね。ここインフィニティホールじゃないのかな。さっきもこれでもやったんだよな、このバケツ取ろうとするのな。ストレスバケツ。
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
降りれないんだ。降りれないね。
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
あとはあのピンクの部屋か。 あとバケツ禁止の部屋の青。
Not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
いや、いいよいいよ。あるよ。
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that
調子乗ってんな、なれちゃん。
soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
あ。リーダーボード。ああ。Stanley is online。順位が9328位。1万人いないのか、プレイヤー。
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
対戦のリーダーボードはまああってもなく
I
ても。
nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this
うわ
game,
ー怖い
the baby
よ。
crawls left
うわー
towards
怖い
the
よ。
leader. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
どこだよここ。
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to
ま
play
た
the
全然違うもん
spy
始まっちゃったよ。
civilians below you.
ヒモタワーから罪のない市民を偵察するので
Perhaps
す。
some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
デイズゴーンみたいな感じになっちゃったな。どこここ。
No, 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 it can't
オー
be.
プンワールドじゃん。すごいじゃん。面白そうなんだけど実際問題。
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
あ、
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
あ、
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
あれじゃないで
Just
す
a nice
か。
big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
ロケットなんちゃらじゃないですか。
Okay, so what exactly
ほぼ。
do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
あ、もうロケットなんとかじゃないです
There's a
か。
ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
あ、でかいボール出てきちゃった。知ってる。
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
ああ、ボールだらけや。
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
なれちゃん怒っちゃったよ。あ、いなくなっただけか。なんだ、どうしたらいいんだろうな。とか帰れないかな。ロケットリーグって書いてあるじゃん。完全に。なんだよ。
Hold on. What are you doing?
おお。
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
ああ、なんかもう、アセット墓場みたいなとこに来ちゃったよ。なんだこれもう。怖え。ちょっとしたホラーゲーみたいになってるけど。あ、自分の部屋だ。サイバー。
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. The meeting room, yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
これもう普通のルートっぽいよね。
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
もう行くとこないな。ところが思い当たらないんだが。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
こっちってもうないもんな。まあいいや。
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
バケツと一緒に脱出するのをやってないのかな。システム止めるか。
Monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive.
話し合い始めました。
The bucket wanted to learn to
ローラースケート。
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country.
すべての国でくしゃみを。
Wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
あ、
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
あ
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
ダメじゃん。
No, Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it.
建物まで物を言うようになったのか、つい
He'll
に。
never again leave this very room.
擬人化がすごい。
At least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
ダメなのか。バケツとは出られないのか。あとなんかあるかな。
Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
バケツ禁止ルーム、もう一回見てみるか。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
バケツと監視ルーム行ってないかもしん
Stanley
ない
was
な。
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me
な
a
くなってるじゃん、
Now
3つ
listen
目。
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
入れないもんな。
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley... Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just
このエンドはまあいいや。今のエンドはね、もうあの後ダイブするだけだから、それはもういいや。バケツを持って、
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a
バ
very
ケ
lucky
ツを持って監視部屋だな。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
ああ、そうか、来たわ。そうでした。ここはもう来まし
You
た。
see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
いや、バケツ放り込みたいんだが、何もできないね、これね。
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and
ヘイローです。あとやってないのあるかな。あるとは思うんだけども。
We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you, all of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
まあでも今日こんなもんかな。だいぶ楽しんだわ。大部分はやったと思うんだけど。あとなんだろうな。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
なんかあったんだよな。なんだっけ、どうやんだっけ。ダメだな、思い出せないな。まだなんかありそうだけどな。
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
まあ、いっか。今日はこんなもんですね。だいぶ楽しんだわ。いやー、でもスタンリーパラベル、デラックスは楽しい。あ、なんかあるな。デラックス部分が本当にデラックスだね。10年に1回ぐらいね、こういうやばいゲーム出てきてくれていいと思うんだけどね。奇芸が、奇妙芸と書いて奇芸がもっとさ、欲しいよね。ダメだ。これがわかんないな。これ多分すごい基本的なやつだと思うんだけどな。インプットレシーブ。どっかのパソコンを操作して、インプットをあと3箇所ぐらいできればなんかなるとか、そんな感じなんじゃないかな。まあいいか。 よし。いや、まあ。大体はやったな、でもな、多分。ちょっとまあ、軽く調べてみたり、いろんなレビューとかも読んだりして、なんかあったらまたもうちょいやろうかなって感じですかね。ナンディパラベル。今いくらでしょうね。ちょっと見てみようか。2500円。ああ、まあって感じだね。多分セールの時だともうちょっとね、安いと思いますけど。あ、だからさっきのピンクのエリアに行ってないんだよね。そうだ。あれがまだ見つけれてないんだ。わかんないな。うん。というわけで、今ちょっとレビュー軽く見てたんですけど、まあ、ネタバレ的なレビューは全くなかったんで、何もひらめきはまだないんですけど。とりあえずでもあれだね、やっぱピンクのリンゴのオブジェがある場所には行けてないから、あれだけ行きたいかな。まあ分かったら、気が向けば配信しながらやるかもしれないですけど、多分この回で大丈夫じゃないでしょうかね。もしまあどうしてもという方はチェックなさってください。なんかね、このゲーム多分ね、見てるよりも自分でやってる方がね、楽しい気がする。本当に。ナレーションのナレちゃんとだんだん、頼もしいっていうわけじゃないけど、仲間のような気もしてくるし。いいゲームです。やっぱり。というわけで、今日はここまでです。お疲れ様でした。